we go. Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to another, um, 4 p.m. Subnautica Below Zero stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim, and we're gonna be finally getting back into Subnautica Below Zero. Now, um, if you're joining me for the first time, I took a little bit of a break. Been a while. Since I've streamed and played the game. So I'm going to be coming into it a little rusty. But at the same time, last time I played this, well, I got a little upset. Just a teeny tiny bit there, folks. I've been having a hard time with what they did with Subnautica Below Zero, because they changed a lot of things from the original Subnautica and it, uh, mentally just makes no sense to me whatsoever. Um, as I kind of mentioned before, they changed the depth requirements, the depth pressure for the um, um, for the prawn suit. It was meant to handle 900 prior when it was first built, and now it's only up to 400 in this particular game. Which, I mean, you have to wonder, it's like, did somehow the ocean in this part of the world get, denser in some way, that it's causing more pressure on the prawn suit somehow, that it can no longer handle the pressure on this side of the planet, on this section of the ocean. If that's the case, I'd be like really wondering about what the heck is going on with their oceans. If one part of the world has very, um, I guess has denser water, I guess you might say, that is able to crush things easier, than, say, what happened at the volcano with the crash landing on the original Subnautica. Um, you have um, a cold suit that you generate, and instead of a typical environmental suit that can handle any kind of temperatures like they did in the first game, where you can handle volcanic temperatures of 700 degrees Celsius or so, give or take. Um, you know, it's like, wait, you can't handle the other end of the spectrum with the same kind of equipment somehow? What happened? How are you suddenly freezing with the suits? When you had suits that could handle the extreme heat in the first one. So a lot of it's been just kind of mind-boggling as to, the outright sheer lack of logic in this game so far. And a lot of it just really doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Which really made me very, question what the heck is going on with Subnautica Below Zero. They've already tried to introduce an old character from Subnautica Below Zero that, by all accounts, should have been dead. Somehow she made it halfway across, well, maybe not halfway across the world, but, somehow left the volcano area, um, was able to survive against the adult ghost leviathans and come here to the below zero area somehow. Um, maybe she survived. She went down deep underwater, kept on creating structure upon structure, somehow like digging her way out to this particular area for some unknown reason. I don't know. Okay, I haven't gotten to that part yet. I tried searching for her location, wasn't able to find her last time. Um, so, um, we're gonna continue with the storyline, see where we're going from there, see what we can do. Um, I've already sent bug reports to the team at Subnautica about the fact that their thermal plants aren't powering shit, and I'll say that outright. The thermal plants aren't doing jack shit right at this moment in time. And I put those like almost right on top of the thermal vents. So, I don't know what the hell's going on there. The fact that they can't even power up lights in a structure is downright um, irritating to me. The fact that they're stating that um, these thermal plants are getting, what was it, like 27 degrees Celsius out of them being right next to the thermal vent, um, when in fact that's colder than what I deal with on summers, you know, where I currently live out here in the desert. It's like it doesn't make any sense. You're like putting these thermals right next to a lava vent, and somehow it's still not, generating enough power, or the heat is so low next to a lava thermal vent that it's only getting 27 degrees. It's like, huh? I don't know. Like I said, I've been kind of baffled with the logic of this game since I started it. Um, so, um, I had some issues with it. Um, and we'll see where it goes from here, there, folks. I don't know. Um, we'll find out. But, um, please, no spoilers. If you're coming into this, if you've already played the game, no spoilers. I will remove you from the chat on that. I don't want to see it. So, um, I'm gonna kind of try to continue with the main storyline of the game. There's some areas that I still need to kind of look around in, um, like that derelict ship. Um, so I might try to check that out. So um, again, I don't remember where I last left off on this, so just bear that in mind. I got really frustrated at the very end of the last stream that I did with this game. So, I mean, if you want to see my, what was it? I did a full-on rant on the last one. I think it lasted what, like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, maybe even more. Um, it was pretty bad. So, Okay, apparently they haven't fixed that particular glitch. In the sense of, hey, I'm trying to walk up the stairs and it's, you know, there's a little bit of a delay here. Why? I don't know. Why is there a delay at this point? You can see it. You know, I'm clearly showing it to you right now that there's a slight, um, like a slight, pause for a second as you're kind of going up the stairs. And these are not large. These are not large stairs. I mean, I personally can easily, you know, like walk up these steps without any kind of issue, myself. And it doesn't look like, anyone would really have an issue, you know, walking up those steps themselves unless you have like really, short legs. But, you know, oh well. Uh, okay. Now from the looks of it, where am I located at here? Hmm. Ah, okay. I'm over in this particular general direction. Gotcha. Okay, so I was, um, I was trying to find the, where she ran off to. So I had, tried to go down and find um, find where she was located at. But I found more of the, architect artifact than anything else. So, um, another thing that, I've been kind of wanting to get is the spiral plant clipping. I haven't found that yet. So, apparently I need that for, what was it again? I needed it for something, which, what did I need it for? Um, oh, right, the depth module 1. Right. So, seeing that my prawn suit only goes down to 400, it's like, okay, well, apparently I need the depth module for that. So, um, okay, apparently they aren't going to get rid of these little notifications about the fact that, we have these artifacts there. Okay, thank you, game. I appreciate that. Okay, we got that taken care of. Ancient ornamental plant. And the architect skeletal structure. Alright. Okay, so yeah, not quite sure, where to really go in this, along those lines. Obviously, my scanner room is only picking up so much there, so, it's not finding like the spiral plant apparently, so I still need to kind of look around for that. Um, we have, I don't really care about the sea truck. That's kind of pointless. We still have the abandoned ship to kind of go to and explore. Let's see. does not look like I have a laser cutter at this point in time to cut into that. Do I even have the laser cutter found yet? I do. Okay, so so I'm not quite sure why I haven't made one yet. Maybe I have. It's just you know, they haven't given or they haven't I have it stored away somewhere, maybe. I don't know. Okay. Okay, so we have some nickel ore here, magnetite, sure. Don't really need that right at this moment in time. Let's see. Get some food and water here. I need to recharge my batteries here, it looks like. So I'm probably going to want to go back to the back to where I thought I would have a permanent base, but we'll see about that. I should have a battery charger there to handle it, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and hop in my sea moth here and or the prawn suit and just head on back.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
You know, at some point in time, I do want to get to a point where, oh, right. Another irritation that I had for this was um, the vertical thrust, right? You know, the boosters for the prawn suit. What irritates me was the fact that, you know, in the original game, you know, right now I have the vertical thrust being active, right? So that's obviously reducing down the power. But when I'm gliding down, you know, in the original game, you regained your vertical thrust. You know, the power was restoring. Now you have to be walking in order to restore the vertical thrust. If you glide, you're still using it, which, you know, irritates me. But whatever. You know, just another thing that they changed that it feels like they nerfed the prawn suit a lot, which just, you know, I was already, I loved the prawn suit in the original game. I found it. Oh, Jesus. Okay, game.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you for popping up that pillar right in front of my face there, game. Appreciate it. Someone feel free to clip that because, you know, that shouldn't necessarily be happening. Okay, so here's the problem that I've been having with another part of this game. You know, here I am in my main structure, right? I have a bioreactor that is currently active. You know, put, you know, peppers in there. They're active. It's power. You know, it should be powering up the power plant, right? Then why is it that my power is still going down. According to this, you know, if I look at my... Oh, okay. So it looks as though my power being generated from the bioreactor is 0.84. My bioreactor can't even power up the entire the light systems. Well, actually, to be honest, it is powering up the prawn suit right at this moment in time. So, um, but hey, that energy has been powered up completely. So there should be no other drain other than the lights here. Um, you know, at the base. Okay. Well, looks like that's changed. So that's good, I guess. But again, um wait, why is this suddenly 0.15? It used to be 0.83 before. Why did the power status suddenly change in amount? It's still active. This what's frustrating me about this game. It's like, you know, they never had these kind of power problems with this game before. Um, so there's a lot of inconsistencies in this game, so I can't necessarily recommend it anymore. It's frustrating me. So, you know, I've already tried to address it to them before. I've already sent bug reports to them before about it. Um, you know, I have two thermal plants connected to this base. And once again, the connection is lost again. Okay, let me try to rebuild it. You know, it, I thought it was showing that there was a connection there. You can see the blue line to it. There it goes. Okay. So now we should be having both thermal plants connected to the base again. As you can see, the power increased, or the amount increased because it includes both the thermal plants. Shouldn't that amount be higher? Because there should be a lot more power coming in than just 0.62. It used to be 0.83 for split second, but now it's 0.62. There's zero power status coming from the multipurpose room now. Okay. No power, no power, no power. Scanner room suddenly has a power status of plus 62. Huh? Okay. And well, I mean, it does have a negative in the sense that it's displaying the map. Okay, you know, I get that. That plus the lights, sure, I can understand that kind of drain, um, but once again, let me show you um, let me show you the thermal plants here. You know, here's the connection. As you can see, still connecting, still connecting. So we have one right in direct line of a thermal 29 degrees Celsius. And here's the second thermal that I have. Like almost right on top of the thermal, 49 degrees. Being this close, I would have been hurting in the original game to the heat vent. So I don't know what happened. You know, I don't know what is going on with their power in this game. I would have hoped that they had fixed it, you know, over these 2 months that, you know, I've been away. Um, but they haven't. So, yeah. Um, you know, hey, at least I have a total of 1,075 in overall power, right? Okay. Still don't like that sound effect. Uh, okay. Um, let's see. I need to get some. Um, I need to get some benzene, flowering spore. You know, I wanna build the grappling arm right at this moment in time. So, wait, why am I able to build these upgrades here? Hmm. Okay. Well, whatever. I mean, I guess it's kind of understandable. They didn't remove the fabricators from the moon pool, did they? No, it's still there. Okay. Let's see. Oops. Oh, right. I put that locker in for the depth module so that I can do, um, you know, all the prawn suit depth module 1, which was the enamel glass and 3 ruby, and then 1 extra ruby for the synthetic fibers. I just need to get this spiral plant clipping in order to finish off all this. Um, the next thing that I should probably do is try to work on getting that prawn suit grappling arm. So let me go ahead and try to get all the items in that locker as well. So 1 second while I gather everything up, or at least try to gather up as much as I have. Let's see. Um, okay, I need 1 lithium. I need 2 titanium. Let's see. I need 2 copper. With a copper wire. Let's see. I need gold. Where did I put the gold at? Might not have a locker of gold right at this moment in time. I do appreciate how fast the switching of, you know, the lockers are. So, you know, the how long it takes is very, very quick. So I appreciate that. Let's see. Right.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm trying to think. Come on, mouse, work with me here. Maybe I need to. Maybe this flowering spore here. Apparently I can't put that in the external, but maybe I can put it in the in an internal. So let me grab some more titanium so I can try to do that. Come on, get out of that. Thank you. Nope. Apparently I can't do indoor or outdoor, apparently, for the flower spore. Okay. And to be honest, I don't remember where I got it from. It's been too long since I found out that little detail, so that's kind of unfortunate. No, down, please, thank you. Okay. We need some silver. We need to get some gold and the table coral samples here. Which I don't think I have any on hand at all, so I think these were all titanium. So yeah. Okay. Let me go to the not quite sure why I built such a high structure at this moment in time, but then again, I think I was trying to build it up so that I can handle the you know, putting in more foundation to handle. Okay, I'm gonna head over to my old base and see about, I created that old base over by the alien scanner there, or no, the Delta scanner, you know, by the Delta base, and I put a lot of resources over there. I wanted to kind of switch everything over to, you know, that base over there, but, you know, last time around I was having a lot of difficulty trying to get energy being stable at the new base, so I'm gonna turn off my lights so I don't attract the predators. Okay. There we go.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, so let's see. We had some more batteries there. No, nothing needed there. Nothing needed there. We're good there. All the posters and the light there that I don't really need right at the moment. Magnetite, titanium, copper. It looks as though I am completely out of gold and the like to handle building myself a grappling armor at this moment in time. Okay. Well, it looks like I'm gonna need to go out and do some searching for that. So now, unfortunately, they've changed around the outcrops a little bit, so I can't really remember exactly which one I needed for that. Was it Glenna, I think? Or was it the Calverite? I'm not sure. Let me go ahead and just do a quick look at the databank here. Research, geological, that's silver. Yeah, calvitite, calverite. Uh, there we go. I'm also going to need to go and cut up some of the coral samples to get that too as well. Normally it's in this particular location. I can't really remember exactly where though. There's some. There we go. Alright. Got what I needed for the computer chip. Now we're off to try to get some gold. Nothing there. Nothing there. There we go. Got what I needed on that one. So let's head on back. I don't need to go and gather up more. I got everything that I needed there, so let me go ahead and turn out the scanner room so that I don't waste any more power. There you go. Power is such a problem in this game, unfortunately. Okay, so first off, we're gonna create our the computer wire, build the computer chip, and I need silver for the wiring kit, which I don't think I saw that I had on any of my lockers. I did not. So, I need to do a search for some silver. Let's see. Now, sometimes, if it's on the listing here, it might be in a crack, so that I can just kind of pick up quite a bunch of them, which I might want to try to do. Seeing that silver is a common requirement for any, for any kind of constructions. So, and so far nothing is popping up. Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, wait a minute, hold on. Where is that? Where is that silver located at? Okay, if I'm not mistaken, that is at the bottom um, of the mining cave, I thought. Or is it? No, that's where the drop off is. So this is something else. That's silver. So um, oh gosh. Let's see if I have a camera anywhere nearby. I do. Right. I parked this guy over by that one large, um, oh, not quite a Leviathan, but he was definitely vicious. So, we have some silver ore down below here. So, let's see if I can find that entrance down underneath. I know that there is a passageway down there. I'm not quite remembering the exact route there, though. I think this was it. Which, if I'm not mistaken, was not able to take the sea truck through. I don't think it had enough movement, or not necessarily movement, but um, um, it wasn't wide enough to handle, or it wasn't thin enough to kind of handle the um, don't necessarily want the camera to break on me right at the moment, so wait until the heat resides, or let's see. Oh, right. Okay. So they were down in the near where the crabs were, and that's going to be quite problematic for trying to deal with them with the prawn suit. Right. Okay, you know what? My power for the camera, this camera is depleting. Let me take it back to the base and get it restored. Okay, the silver there is not um, 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 is not what I'm gonna be needing. Um, Alright. We have reached the surface. Alright. Take it back to the scanner room. Get it powered back up. Also, don't ask me how those thermal vents down within that crevice really worked, because it always felt like um, the way it was kind of twisted around each other. It's like, wait, how does the heat vents work there? Alright. Okay, so it's only finding those two silver sources by there, so that's not very useful for me right at this moment in time. So let me go ahead and just kind of cancel that. Um, I have more um, um, I have the other resources on me right at this moment in time. So now it's just a matter of finding a spot where I can find more silvers elsewhere. Um, I'm not gonna bother with the main base over there. Um, I'm not gonna bother with the pad scanner. So I'm gonna try the alien scanner location, see if there's any silver in that general location first. Um, for some silver. Then I'll try going over to the Frost Land Station over there. Um, See if there's some silver in that general location. Now, most likely I won't find any silver around here either, but
Welcome aboard, Captain.
we'll see. I don't have a lot of power here, so um, obviously the um, yeah, okay. So I'm not even finding any of the I'm not even seeing silver on the current list right at this moment in time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not out there. It's just um, it might be not discovered yet, um, or might not be, um, there might not be any cracks that have the silver. Let me see if there's any argentite. There is apparently. So let me go ahead and start searching for that. Okay, so apparently there's one like right next door. So there's only titanium. Don't really need that. Hi there, guy. I'll take that gold. Thank you. Oh, there we go. There's some more. I'm very appreciative of the fact that they, or at least they're no longer like really trying to steal my items anymore. They're more kind of coming up to me and offering me items, which is so much better. Originally they were like, hey, we want to, we want to steal this from you, steal that from you. It's like, God damn it, leave me alone. Let's take some air here. I want to try to see if I can find some more silver here because while sure I can get about one of the no, okay, okay, there's two, or well, grand total four, which is two wiring kits. That's good enough. I'm happy with that. Alright, let's go back into base. We'll turn off the scanner before it runs out of power. There we go. Let me make sure that I don't hit that guy. Alright, let's head on back to the main base and build ourselves a grappling hook. because that will definitely help out in terms of travel time around the area. Now, again, you know, I would. Oop, oop, oop. Ah, sorry, bud. Um, Ideally, I would love to get the jump jets for um, for the prawn suit, but now I'm probably passing a lot of like, you know, dangerous areas and the like, but you know, for the most part, you know, I don't really care all that much. To be honest, this sea truck has not been that great right at this moment in time. At least not yet. It doesn't have the speed. Um, you know, I would greatly prefer the sea moth over this. You know, bring back the sea moth. But apparently you can't build the sea moth in this game. Why? Uh, I don't know. It's one of the stable vehicles that, you know, that's part of Altera. So you would think that it would be part of the database that you can retrieve. But nope, not allowable, I guess. Which is another factor that it's like, what, you know, why? You know, why not allow for the sea moth? You know, I mean, I get the idea of the sea truck being, you know, something that like a mobile base, much like the Cyclops was in the original one, but I hated the Cyclops. My personal opinion. It was too bulky, too slow, and
Welcome aboard, Captain.
um, you know, I was able to build bases all over the map, so why, you know, I didn't really care about a mobile base, especially when it could, you know, be easily destroyed by so many Leviathans. So, and yes, I have lost a Cyclops to a Leviathan before. So, okay, let me go ahead and get the um, wiring kit, which makes the advanced wiring kit, which I can do the prawn suit grappling arm. There we go. Awesome. Okay, now let me go ahead and remove that blueprint because I don't need that there anymore. Um, Let me go ahead and put away the silver and the gold into their own separate lockers. So, um, let me go ahead and actually build some more lockers over here. There's one. There's two. There's three. Nope, not letting me put another one there. That's fine. Okay, so let me mark this down as silver. I'll mark this one down as gold. And there we go. Alright. Upgrades over here. And there's our grapple arm. Okay. Now we just need to worry about um, the depth module. Um, so we have to find where the spiral plant clipping is located at. But so far, I have not found anything that um, that has them. So, or at least, nothing here yet. Um, Grand Cotton. Um, some of these is like, hey, it's exploitable. It's like, wait, where is the exploitable of this? um, Same with that one. Same with this one. Yeah, and that's the one that has the flowering spore. So, um, let's see. I'm just checking to see if there's any here that I've already scanned in that might show that it has the, you know, spiral plant, but, again, so far I've yet to, I don't think I've seen them, as a plant before, so it might, I might not have seen it yet, or I might not have gotten to a point where they are located at this time. Which means that I will probably need to like continue, um, searching through, the artifacts and the like to see if I can find, where one might be located at. So, but so far, um, based off of what I've seen in the past, um, there's nothing there. So, right. So, or if I have come across it, then I missed the scan. So I've been trying to scan as much as I can in this game, but obviously, that's doesn't always, happen, perfectly. So okay, what else? Um, so either I go to the abandoned ship, which means that I'm probably going to want that laser cutter, which, once again, I don't have at this point in time, so I should probably try to consider constructing one right at this point. Um, Although, where was crystalline sulfur again? That was back on land, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or no, that was magnetite. Crystalline sulfur was found above on the island, if I'm not mistaken. So it should be like, fairly close by for the most part. Come on, climb down, damn it. Um, okay, let's see. We have diamond. We need titanium. And we need one crystalline sulfur, so there we go. up there.
This artifact could
Oh,
provide useful information. Processing.
okay.
I can visualize a location where we may find an important component for my body. The image is hazy, but I am sure it is correct. A stark surface landscape, dangerously cold. Curved spires stretch to the sky.
Didn't expect that one.
New technology acquired.
Ion battery. Oh, okay. That's handy. Didn't really expect to see that inside here. Let's go ahead and get ourselves some water here. Obviously, these nuts don't provide a lot of water. As you can see, only 5, but I mean, it's better than, um, you know, if it's free, might as well take some of it, right? Okay, didn't expect to see that here on this island. Um, okay, apparently I can't grab that. There we go. See how my temperature is dropping even though technically I have a cold suit on? Now, granted, I will grant you the fact that, I'm using, synthetic fibers that are not of this planet, right? Something that is like, hey, um, this isn't, you know, standard fare that you would have like on a regular, like, um, standard planet kind of thing. Um, okay. Odd that there's crystalline sulfur in the wall there. Again, another one that's in the wall that apparently I can pull through the wall. Okay. Okay, well, I got 4. I'm pretty much good to go. So now it's just a matter of time to, oh, ow. Get back to base. Okay, can I? Footing. Just doesn't seem to really work for her very well. Trying to go across the I guess slippery snow for some reason is too much for her. Even though technically the shoes that she should have should be perfectly able to try to, control said, or to give her traction, one would think, right?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
How do humans cope with the loss of memories?
Like forgetting someone's birthday? I don't know, it just happens.
When you die, some quantity of knowledge is lost forever to the next generation. Isn't that...
I'm warning you, if you call humanity inefficient one more time, I will swim us both into the mouth of a Leviathan.
is that sarcasm? I am still having trouble differentiating.
How inefficient?
Efficiency aside, does the loss of knowledge not create complications?
Well, on a personal level, losing someone can be traumatic. But it's harder to process the idea of generational knowledge. Humans aren't networked, so we can't even be aware of what we're losing moment by moment.
Okay.
We try to learn from history. Maybe it's not ideal, but it's what we have.
What happens when you no longer have the memories of others to combine with your own?
You make your own memories and interpretations. You have to experience life as an autonomous being. Discover yourself.
That idea is foreign to me.
Hold on a second. I wanna read this again. How do humans cope with the loss of memories? Blah blah blah. When you die, some quantity of knowledge is lost forever to the next generation. Call humanity inefficient. Blah blah blah. We try to learn from history. Maybe it's not ideal, but it's what we have. Well, I mean, you're learning more than just from history, though. You're talking about blueprints. You're talking about schematics. You're talking about coding, music. Teaching all of these ideas and technologies to the next generation. So I don't know. I mean, I get what they're trying to go for, but at the same time, it's like, I feel like Robin is missing the mark too. Oh wait, I forgot to turn off the scanner. Going back in. Okay, so what I want to do now is I've gotten I've got a laser cutter, I got a repair tool. I pretty much have all the other tools and everything here already. So what I want to do is I want to go to the abandoned ship and see if I can find a way inside of it and see what's inside. Which means I'm going to take the prawn suit up there to head in that general direction. Now, one thing that I almost forgot to do is unload a lot of my items on hand because I don't need a lot of this. A lot of that. Don't really need that. Don't really need the... Well, I might need the spy penguin. It might force me to, hey, you might need to kind of go inside here. Um, we'll hold on to the rebreather. Probably not going to need a habitat builder inside there. I probably only need about one battery going inside, so let's see. I'm gonna throw you in there. I'm gonna take along 3 waters. Yeah. Leave everything else alone there. Fill on up. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm gonna switch out the batteries. No need in having a you know, slightly unpowered Sea Glide when I can just, you know, have it quickly get repowered. So okay, so now we're gonna head on over to the God damn it, come on. Alright. Now, let's see if we can find a way inside here. Not really seeing anything there. Get the hell off me, guys. Boy, these guys are just non-stop, aren't they? Not really seeing anything right at the moment. At least I'm not really seeing any kind of distinct entrance yet. Okay, here we go.
Warning. Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Why have I not scanned in the metal salvage? I don't know. Spinefish. There you go. Battery. Okay. Copper wire. Okay, interesting. You don't typically find, like the copper wire just lying about like that, but, I'll take it. Definitely going to be needing them in the future, I'm sure. Ah, titanium, okay. Okay, hold on. Let's head on back to get some air real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna open up. Oh, I forgot that I have a whole lot of titanium still left in here. Okay, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Let's go in this general direction and see what we can find over here. Sealed door? What? Alright. Oh wait, hold on. I want my key. This looks very small to be a door. Hmm. Apparently it wasn't meant to be a door, it's meant to contain something within inside of it. Gotcha. Oh, okay. That was a wiring kit. Alright, I need some air, so let's head on back. It's kind of unfortunate that I have a full locker right at this moment in time, but okay. Let's go back over here, because there was this upstairs area that was oh, okay, interesting. Okay, I don't want to pick up any more metal salvage. Um, let's not go up there just yet. Oh, there was 2 items in there. Interesting. Okay, door's locked. I'll have to go another route. Well, if there's 2 items in here somewhere, then Mercury 2 PDA. Okay, interesting. Apparently, I guess this is the Mercury 2. Whatever that is. Okay, you know what? Let's grab these waters right now, so that they have a chance of refilling. or the air right now, so that they have a chance to refill over time. Okay. It might save my life a little bit later. Okay. Laser cutter fragment, already got. Okay, and there's that one door that I said was locked. Couldn't go and get inside of it. This leads down to where my prawn suit is, so let's go ahead and take this opportunity to get some air.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What I'm liking about this place so far is the fact that I'm getting, copper wiring kit, and the like out of all of this. So, so this is pretty awesome that I'm finding, completed, you know, um, materials. Okay, we're gonna go back up here. Not gonna go that way right at this moment in time. Ah, see, air got restored, so, helpful for later, but we're not gonna grab it just yet. Power cell, awesome. That's gonna be handy. Now I gotta be careful because a lot of this might be, like I was looking at one particular area that was, very, corroded over, and it led to me cutting it open for, something else. So I gotta, keep an eye open for, something that, could be, um, I might be able to like cut open and get to. There's, oh, inventory full. Okay. You know what? To be honest, I don't really need the um I don't really need the um reactor rod, huh? Okay. Um I don't need the metal fragments right at this moment in time, so I'm not really seeing anything inside those cargoes. But then again, I've already kind of collected, a lot of recipes already, so it's not like I'm really in need of recipes at this time. Another sealed door. Okay, let's go ahead and cut that open. I might need to head on back to the prawn suit here real quick. I'm running low on oxygen. So,
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
yep. Grab that. Grab that. There we go. Okay, let's head back out to the prawn suit here real quick. Okay. We've already kind of went full circle around there. Going up here. And we got to these doorways. I don't really see anything else in this particular location. There's nothing that is really that useful from the looks of it. So let's see what is up here. Okay, another metal salvage. Don't really need that. Okay. Don't need laser cutter fragment. Take those though. Okay, don't really see anything here. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, found the way outside. But nothing really that necessary at this point. May head back over here. Okay. Hmm. Uh-huh. Okay. Open hatch. Gotcha. So there was one spot where I was like going, yeah, no, I don't really want to go up that way just yet. It's probably the only way to actually get inside that particular area. Okay, I don't really see anything out here. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure where the other part of the entrance is, though. I'm not really remembering exactly where I left it at, but we'll go and see if we can find it again. It's probably upstairs, so... so let me kind of go this way, because I think... Yeah... I don't know if there was like any other additional areas to kind of go to, but yeah, okay, apparently that was the only way. Okay. No, nothing there. Another titanium ingot there. Hmm. Okay, well, looks like that's about as much as I can do there. Okay, so here's the thing. I opened up, you know, I found this piece there. I found another piece that I had to kind of cut through. But I got only 2 out of the 3, so... So either I'm missing one somewhere in here, or they're basically saying, haha, guess what, you know, you can't find the third, we're hiding it from you, you know, in another location altogether. Or I'm just kind of blind right at this moment in time, which, you know, quite possible. know, it's not like they're, you know, outright like, you know, um, giving me, you know, like indicators as to where the third might be located at. So let's see, what was the other one looking like? Like that. So if I can find something that looks similar to that elsewhere on the ship, then I might be able to find the third. But I have to see if I can actually find it. So, which is, you know, just basically like a little wall locker somewhere. But so far, I have not seen anything that actually like resembles it for the most part. And it wasn't inside there. So I mean, unless it was like maybe
Warning. 30
outside,
seconds of oxygen remaining.
did they actually put it outside? That seemed very odd. But so far, I'm not really seeing that third right at this moment. Here, let me take a look at what I currently have right at this moment. Let's go ahead and drink some water there. See, we're getting kind of low. I believe this is kind of showing that I have some ion batteries that I could do. Let me verify that real quick. Yeah, there's the ion batteries. Okay, that's awesome. Right, which requires a lot of, you know, the ion cubes. So, you know, need to grab a lot of those. And you know, if I can get if I can get some ion batteries, then that would be awesome. I can, you know, have everything pretty much powered up for a very long time. So, being manager, we'll have to hold off for now. Research. The spinefish. Scattered wreckage, which, you know, don't really care about right at this moment in time. I'm finding plenty of titanium, so. Material analysis station, right. Electron microscope or mass spectrometer. This tool appears to be designed for a purpose of analyzing physical world materials. Okay. Mercury 2 logs. Okay.
I finished the reactor checks. We dumped a ton of runoff, and we don't need the rods melting down. Then I helped with the scavenging, chopped some veggies with the cooks, and tried to help Diana, but she sent me down to engineering with Stefanos. I've been working with him the last few days. Stefanos. How to describe Stefanos? He's by far the most thorough engineer I've worked with, and no ego. He never leaves a job undone, no matter how late it is. I've never seen him awake before 11, and he always greets me by saying, Kalimera, Yasmin, in the sleepiest drawl. Not a morning person, that one.
Neither am I.
He listens with the slightest smile on his face and twirls this stray curl by his ear. He asks a billion questions, but I don't mind. He surprised me today. There's an empty room on the bridge, just a spot of negative space in the ship. He set a picnic there and said I need to relax. He even called me a busybody. There were these crazy glowing fungus things he found to set the ambiance. The most exciting part, though? Drumroll. He can jailbreak fabricators. He made a small batch of traditional Grecian dishes. But the craziest part? He managed to make a suitable falafel for me. I never thought I'd see a good falafel in deep space. Alhamdulillah. A quiet genius, that one. This planet may be a cold mistress, but maybe it isn't so bad.
Okay, interesting.
I can only do repairs in spurts. That's so inefficient. The larger tools seem to set off seismic activity nearby. A crew came back telling stories of gigantic worms burrowing in the ice. I don't know what they were going on about. They were hypothermic and frostbitten because they walked back to avoid angering them. The ice shelf is probably a bit unstable and they got disoriented or something. To borrow from Diana, Orion's belt thermocouplings are not meant to be worked on in 20-minute spurts. If we break the process, we'll break the ship. But it's nice to hang out with Yasmin while we wait for the rumbles to stop. I hope she doesn't mind all my questions. I love hearing her voice. Her face lights up, and she's got the most expressive eyebrows. They're practically acrobats. The way she looks when talking about nuclear engineering is the same way I look at my grandmother's domades. The woman never sits down, though. She told me that she used to do decathlon in college, and I can believe it. She's like a bouncy ball, just all over the place. She makes rounds on the ship every day to see if people need help. I should do something nice for her. She's always helping everyone else. I wish I had a fraction of her energy.
Okay, odd that I'm finding these two logs here on this planet, and neither one of them are like, oh my god, I can't believe we got shot down. Because that's what would have happened to them. So, I don't know. Feels very odd. As though something, something was kind of like, hey, we're gonna add in this random ship in here, and let's not talk about anything about it from anything else. Let's not talk about how they were shut down or, oh, apparently I missed a room, I guess. Um, yep, I definitely missed a room. Okay. Um, it sounded like they were very, very calm for being stranded on an alien planet. Hmm. I don't really see anything out here that might be useful. And I didn't see that panel anywhere in here either that I could, open up. So,
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
where is the third? Hmm. Nope, 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 nothing. Hmm.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
I scanned in two. Where is the third? Where's the third parallel processing unit? Whatever that is. I mean, unless it's been like completely destroyed and I have to find it elsewhere. Um, you know, that might be the case. So, or it might be somewhere on the ship somewhere that I need to, like on the outside of it, and I need to kind of fight the wild, native wildlife to see if I can find, where it might be located at. Um, I'm not liking the fact that, the location of, like, the one that I found, there wasn't anything, symmetry-wise, on the other location. Like on the engine, for example. Nothing. Unless it's out here somewhere in this jumbled mess, but it's like somewhere. That'd be a little irritating if that was the case, but I mean...
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Oh, where is it? Over there. I'm not finding it inside. I'm hoping that they gave me all three of them here on this ship somewhere. Because that would be very annoying to basically say, oh hey, here's two pieces. We're not gonna give you the third. Don't really see anything here. The only other thing that I can think of is, you know, maybe there is a entrance out here somewhere, you know, that, you know, you somehow can't get in through the other means, which doesn't really make any sense whatsoever. You would think that, you know, there would be passageways even through the center of the ship that would be able to kind of take you through, you know, like a portion, you know, it would take you through, you know, parts of the other ship or something like that, but not really seeing anything here. There's nothing that seems like it might contain what I'm looking for. God damn it. Go away. There, I killed that one. This isn't it, is it? No, okay. Looked like it for a second, so I was like... So far, no dice. That's one of the entrances that I found, so that isn't anything new. Let's go ahead and repair the prawn. I don't know. I'm not finding anything here right at this moment in time, and that bothers me. Because they're not giving any indicators, you know, as to where, you know, the other crew might be. You know, they've already kind of, they've already mentioned there's other crew, and that they're located on the ice shelf, but that's it. That's all that they've given me right now. You know, at least in the first one, they basically said, hey, you know, look here. You know, we don't have that. You know, they haven't given me any you know, location that I can go to concerning um, Mercury 2. And those guys are very annoying for being here at this moment in time. Okay, the only other, you know, idea that I'm thinking about, you know, potentially, is that you see that the front part of the ship is very cut off, it looks like. You know, the rear of the ship looks very much intact, but the front half of the ship looks like it's been sheared off. So maybe, just maybe, it might be even further down into the depths down here. But I'm not sure. So if I go straight here, what would I find? Hmm. Okay, before I go too far though, let me go ahead and repair, just in case. Hmm, that's interesting. Seems like there's something up inside there. Let me see if I can thread the needle here a little bit. Doesn't look like much inside here. Anything else straight up? Yeah, there is. Looks like I'm kind of in, you know. What's this? Creature egg, okay. Nothing that I have any interest in right at this moment in time. Okay. I mean, to be honest, I don't even know. Can I even build a, can I even build one of those habitats? No, it doesn't even look like I have that unlocked yet. The like the aquarium. So, okay, let me go ahead and drink a little bit of water here. Okay, let's see, where was the ship again? There's the ship. So, let's head back down again. So if I keep on going in this general direction, then maybe I'll find the front of the ship, or I'm gonna find death.
Detecting bow of an astronautical Soltrons Gov vessel nearby. Vessel name Mercury 2. Inoperative.
Okay. Nope, that's not it. Oh. Looks like I found it. And I just need to find the entrance to it without putting my prawn suit in harm's way. Nothing there. Is there anything over here? Doesn't look like it. I'm trying to keep, low to the ground for the most part. I don't want to, I saw those large guys up at the very top there, and I don't really want to mess around with them too much if I can help it. So I'm trying to stay, close to its side than anything else. Like this. Okay. Now this might be a little problematic because I don't think I have a spare beacon. I do not. Oh, Chinese potato plant? I don't really need that. I guess I can probably use for food, but more Chinese potato plant. Okay, don't really need that. Drill arm, don't really care. Cut open for access. Nope. Cut open for access. Okay, a lot of reactor rods. Okay, whatever. I've never used the nuclear power myself, personally. Okay. This might be like the perfect location for that third part that I was kind of talking about before. Question is, where would it be? So, it is very eerily quiet here. As though something's gonna reach out and grab me at any second. So, Okay, let's get some air real quick. Swim up this way. Doesn't look like anything is here. Another sealed door. Okay. I've collected enough batteries that I'm okay with power right now, so I'm not stressed about that at this point in time, so lots of titanium. Not that I really need it right at this moment in time, so gonna grab some air here real quick. Ah, alien containment. Okay, there we go. Let's hold off on that for right now. I'll kind of look around a little bit more. That looked like it was the bridge. Or at least it seemed like it was the bridge. So, okay, I'm running a little low on air here. Okay, doesn't look like there's any way to get up there. Okay. Can't seem to get up there. Let's see what's over here. I might need to swim back to the prawn suit here real quick.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Yep. Almost time. There we go. Let's head on back real quick. Oh.
Oxygen.
Let's see. Let me bring this a little bit closer. There we go. Let's see. What's inside here? Okay, looks like we got another entrance available. Okay. It's fine. Why are these lockers up here? Maybe they fell. Maybe they got thrown about or something like that. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it makes any sense. Okay, there's the nuclear power. Oh, cut open to access. Okay. Okay, there's that. That's good. There's a little bit more of an accounting as to what happened with the Mercury 2. You know, a little odd that they don't have any, you know, Well, I mean, let's, you know, there was never a record of them in the first game.
Warning. 30 seconds of
So
oxygen remaining.
it's it's a little odd that we're seeing a ship and no like indicator as to, hey, was there anybody looking for them at all? But so far, nope. Nothing so far anyway. I'm finding a lot of copper wire, which is great. Appreciate it. Ah, there's the other. Um, there's the last one. Can open to access. There we go. Oh, hello. Yeah, no, we're taking that. Thank you very much. How we have synthetic fiber, we found synthetic fibers here and not being able to kind of grow them ourselves is, or not finding the right plant to get them is a little odd, to say the least. Okay, let's swim on back real quick because I'm running out of air right at the moment. But I have the synthetic fibers to make the Mark 1 module, so I mean that's awesome. I appreciate that. Um, um, but we might need to head for home real quick because I'm running out of space and um, and if I find anything else here, then I'm gonna be kind of in trouble. Let's get a move on, Jim. We have a room, room right here that needs to be somehow depleted reactor rod. Okay, don't really need that. We have an entrance over there, so I might need to kind of go to the other side of that wall somehow and see if I can find a way in. I'm not seeing anything over here at all, so it's not coming from like, up above. At least not that much. Don't see anything out here that might indicate an entrance through. Let's see, don't really see an entrance in here to make it through. We're good over there. Here we go. We got a few more items over there, and that's probably the passage to the other room. So let me go grab some air real quick. Actually, let me just grab this. And then we'll go open up the door. I might still need to kind of go back to the prawn suit and get ourselves, full up on oxygen before I go spelunking anymore. I might need to just go straight back to the, to base though, because I'm getting at a point where, you know, I'm not finding, or I'm running into lack of space right
Warning.
at the moment. So
30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
okay, let's. You know what? Let's just go ahead and head straight here. Get a full set. Go all the way back over here. Okay. Wasn't there like a PDI on the floor? Yes, there was. Okay. Aliens. Okay. Yeah, don't really need any of the Chinese potato plants. Yep, see, I'm in here now, so that's lots of reactor rods, so yeah, here we are. This should give me the third one. There we go. Okay, so there's a lot of depleted reactor rods in here. I don't know if there's any way to kind of collect them and repower them. I don't think there is. Like I said, I haven't really messed around with a nuclear power plant. I might need to consider making one, seeing that they're really kind of pushing the the fact that the bioreactor and the thermal is just pretty much crap. So I might need to just go ahead and build myself a nuclear power plant to handle um, the power necessities right at this point. So okay, you know what? Oh wait, there's some air in here.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Let's go and grab some air. There we go. Okay, let's see. Okay, slide entrance over there. PDA right here. Oh, hello. Let me grab some more air from you. And more air from you. If I can stay in this room for a while, then that would be awesome. Okay. Okay. Let's go and get some more air here real quick. And then we'll see about going through here real quick. Seeing if there's something here that might be useful. The Jeffries tubes. I need that right at the moment. I'm getting myself lost here. I gotta be careful here. Let's not go. Let's not be crazy here. Let's. I'm losing kind of sense of direction right at this moment in time. Sorry about that, folks. Where's that entrance again? Oh, this isn't good. Shit. I'm stuck. I'm panicking. This isn't good. I need some air. Damn it, man. Where's that entrance again? Fuck. It wasn't in here. Where is my exit on here? I need to get back to where I was. There it is. That was a little freaky there. Okay. Sorry about that, folks.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What the fuck? Why was my prawn suit through the ground like that? Game? God damn it, you. Okay. Whew. Sorry. Okay, found a different tunnel. So that's fine. There's a lot of items here that, that I can collect, but I don't have a lot of room, and I'm running out of water here. So... But I mean, there is still some water around, though. That's the thing. So it's not like I'm completely devoid of you know, like, you know, there are means of there is means of me staying alive here, so it's just a lot to look at around in this location, and not a lot of air to spare. At least not very much. Yeah, it's that way. Just the bridge area. Makes me kind of wish that I can take the prawn suit here in a little bit more, but it's, you know, obviously that's not really that possible, so. Okay, so we were over here. We had the one entrance here. Now, obviously, you know, if you had those, if you had those, one, you know, that one, tool that can kind of give you a path, and, you know, that might be helpful. But, okay, let's grab some more water there. Okay, so you see we have some more water and blocks here, which is helpful. Hmm. Don't really need that anymore, so there's really no point in me scanning it. I don't want to go back through another series of tunnels right at this moment in time. Let's not do that just yet. It looks to be like an entrance in there, but I can't seem to get inside. So, auto hydration. I need some air.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Okay, let's head on back. I know I didn't grab you guys, so you guys should be like full on in air, so. Not sure, I'm not really finding that much more here on the ship, it feels like. Now there is like underneath, but I'm not really all that comfortable on going underneath this with just my sea glide. I'd prefer to see if there's like a way that I can kind of get down there through like another entrance, another passageway. Oh, looks like I haven't been in here yet. Oh, another PDA, okay. Looks like we're gonna be finding a lot of content for the Mercury 2 in this in here. Battery, which I can't take right at this moment in time. Reinforced dive suit, nice. Okay. See, that's the dive suit that allows for you to handle, you know, heat. And technically, it should be it should allow for you to handle cold as well, extreme temperatures. But because they kind of gave this cold suit here, you know, makes me figure that, you know, they're probably like, nope, we're not gonna, you know, we're not gonna allow for that either. You know, maybe, I don't know. Boy, this is one live ship. Okay, hold on. It's running out of oxygen here.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Alright, let's go ahead and eat some food. Oh, okay. I was like, we found, you know, another way through. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, see, down here is potentially another way to kind of, you know, there might be like something more down below there, but, you know, we haven't, um, you know, haven't really found, or I can try to continue looking on down there, but I'd rather have like my prawn suit like really close on hand just in case I really need to get back and get some air quickly because right now uh, I'm, you know, trying to do that without some form of oxygen supply or, you know, stable oxygen supply is risky. So um, I think I might need to head back for home, unload everything that I have in my prawn suit, and try to come on back here so that I can collect, well, maybe not so much the
Warning.
metal
30
salvage,
seconds of oxygen remaining.
but at the very least, clear it out so that I can get all um, those unpowered rods, the you know, the food, the drink, and I can come back with a beacon so that I can maybe put it at the entrance and see if there's like maybe some other roundabout way to kind of go through the ship in some way, or you know, find an entrance to that underground cave without having to go through the ship. Um, that's my idea right at this moment in time. I don't think there's really anything else for me to really see or do here at this point. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and you know, get on out of here. So you know, now let's see. I don't really have a good focal point on where to kind of go. I mean, I can go straight there, but I don't really have like a... There we go. That's how I can try to come on back here is, you know, use camera 1 as a, you know, a point of reference. Hopefully I can stay above the 400 meters going straight back there. I'm a little concerned though because of the fact that I know that there's a spot that has those like giant jellyfish. So see, I'm seeing like a large drop off right here, and that might be crush depth for the prawn suit. So that might not be exactly ideal, but I do have that depth module that I can build for the prawn suit now. So you know, I might be able to kind of work my way straight back with that depth module. Let's see if we can work with that. I'm really not liking the fact that my speed really slows down with um, with the vertical thrust right at this moment in time. So the other concern is that guy. I think he's like in the direct path as well. Alright, back home.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, now that I have synthetic fibers on me, I can let's go ahead and just drop off this stuff here real quick. Let's go ahead and take all of this. And then, actually, I don't even need to create the synthetic fiber, so I don't really even need the extra ruby either, so. Okay. Now, now that I have the depth module 1, is there a depth module 2? There is not. Okay. I'm going to leave the synthetic fibers pinned just so if I somehow come across a spiral plant, that'll be like ding. Okay, there we go. We can go ahead and get rid of the laser cutter. Don't really need that anymore. Let's see. Been getting a lot of reactor rods, so I might want to consider a nuclear power plant or nuclear reactor. Not exactly something that I would, that I'm, too keen on per se, but I mean, not much I can really do about it. Now, this might be kind of necessary, being able to, because, if I'm going to be coming back with depleted, depleted reactor rods, then maybe this recyclotron here might be helpful, might be handy. So maybe I want to do one of those. I mean, I might need that because again, you know, reactor rods, you know, they might need to be just completely just removed. And last thing that I want to do is reinforced dive suit. Let me see. Heavy synthetic fiber dive suit providing physical protection and enhanced survival in extreme temperatures. Does that basically protect me against the cold? I don't know. You know, the cold suit is supposed to protect me versus the cold. But, you know, does the reinforced dive suit protect me completely? Not sure. One would say yes, or at least I would say yes, saying that it protects you against heat. So one would think that it should be able to protect you against the extreme cold too. But I don't know. Hence the reason why I'm, you know, I would want to kind of construct this. But obviously, let's work on building these here real quick, just to kind of give ourselves that construction path. And you know, I have plenty of room here right at this moment in time to build this. So although it might take a little bit of might take a little bit to kind of build it, but you know, I got quite a bit of items from that little venture of mine, so okay. Let's see. First off, let's go ahead and try to clear out the titanium here real quick. Head downstairs. And let's see. Titanium. Yes, we're gonna, we have a lot in titanium, and we seem to be getting a lot in titanium. Oh, come on. And apparently I'm gonna have a little bit of difficulty trying to name that. Oh well. I mean, that's kind of what happens when you put, you know, the locker behind food. So, let's see. What are you? Kind of miscellaneous right at this moment in time. But I already have quartz. Let's... Alright, you know what? Let's go ahead and put the reactor rods in here, as we can use this as like the uranite. Grab all the quartz there, throw that in their locker. It might be the fact that I had like a full locker of them already, so. Let's see, hold on. First off, let's go ahead and pull this battery out. Let's throw these batteries in. And then we'll throw these batteries in here. There we go. Nothing in there right at the moment in time. Let's go ahead and pull all the titanium out of here. Actually, I might want to keep it in there, actually. Because all those titanium lockers are full, so... Wait, I have a single ruby. Let's go ahead and throw that in there. Okay, let's put all the titanium in this locker here. Name it as such. Let's go ahead and throw wiring kit in there. I mean, I have a gel set. I have a spot that, you know, already has gel sacks, but I'll throw that one in there anyway. Okay. Let's see. What else I got on me? Lots of food and water at this moment in time, so let's go ahead and throw the food and water in there for the time being.
Seek fluid intake.
Yep, I'm already aware.
Vital signs stabilizing.
There we go. I did not want to get in.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I wanted the storage. Thank you. There's all the rest of the titanium. Okay, so the prawn suit is clear. And we had a lot of titanium and copper wire there. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to throw the copper wire in with the rest of the copper. Seeing that there's plenty of space in there right at the moment. And, you know, I typically need, you know, the copper wire, so I might as well just keep it with the copper. Let's see. We'll throw the titanium ingots in here. Fill this up with... Oh, just one shy. Well, I mean, I still need to kind of make a plasteel ingot anyway, so I might as well take that one titanium ingot out. Actually, I need, you know, one plasteel ingot and one ingot for the recyclotron, so I might as well take both of them out. Let's see. Grab one more for the nuclear waste. Yeah, okay, so let's see. Lead. Do we have a lead locker here? We do not. Okay, looks like I'm kind of out of lead for the most part. I forget exactly how much lithium I need for the plasteel ingots. Not sure if it's... Oh, it's just 2. Okay, awesome. Okay, so I took care of that. I need the advanced wiring kit, which is the silver. Which is just a standard wiring kit, and then of course the computer chip along with it. I need the ion cube for this recyclotron. So... Right. So, computer chip I need. 1 copper wire, 1 gold, and the 2 table corals, which I don't think I have any spare table corals right at this moment in time, so not a whole lot of gold either, so. Okay, I'm gonna need to go back, I need to kind of head back to the, Delta scanner room anyway to see if I can get, if that had some lead. So let me go grab the sea truck. We'll see if we can get some lead, and then we'll see about getting the table coral, which might mean that I might need to go out and harvest some, but. Oh, I also have to remember that I need to create a beacon as well. So, you know, if anybody's watching me right at this moment in time and I somehow forget before I head on back to that abandoned ship, please let me know. Please remind me.
Welcome
Like, hey
aboard,
Jim,
Captain.
you need to get that beacon built. Okay. I have a lot of iron cubes, which I want to make a lot of the iron batteries. So I'm gonna need to kind of take that with me. It does not look like I have any lead either. Okay, well. Yeah. Okay, well, doesn't look like I have, doesn't really look like I have much here to go with. I might need to, I probably will have to go out and collect some lead. Okay, well, not much else I can really do here. I mean, I have all the, copper and titanium in the, you know, in my main base right at this moment in time, so I don't necessarily need to, you know, build anything at the Delta base anymore, so. Now, one would hope that the Mark 1 depth module for the prawn suit would put it, right back at, the original Mark 1 depth. But I kind of doubt it. Yeah, I mean, if they change 900 to 400, then the Mark 1 is probably just going to go right back to 900. So, alright. Okay, let's see. First off, oh, I don't even have the habitat builder on me right at the moment. Okay. Pull that one out. Now, let's see. Oh, damn it. I forgot the table scroll. Oh. Frack. That's frustrating. Alright, pardon me, I need to wet my whistle here.
I'm alive. Stefanos saved me. The Mercury attempted an emergency takeoff and everything seemed fine. I was helping the bridge crew with the emergency takeoff since the crew is, well, was shorthanded because of everything. I heard the sound of metal tearing and for a split second, everything was tinged bright green and unbearably hot. Then I saw daylight and I was looking down at the ocean and ice. The strongest wind I've ever felt roared in my ears, ripping through the ship. People went flying out the side of the Mercury, so much screaming and chaos. I was lucky. I had just clipped into my sea tinker. Stefanos came out of nowhere, like a malaika, an angel. I felt his rough, calloused hand grasp mine with the gentlest of urgency. It felt like time slowed. He said, I gotcha. Just follow me, Ella. I don't know how, but he used an emergency tether to drag me to the nuclear reactor core, the strongest bulkhead in the ship. We hit the water and everything went black. He's sleeping. I think he might have hit his head. I'm exhausted. The adrenaline has long since worn off and my body aches. I think I might have fractured the rib. I'm gonna shut my eyes for a bit. When I wake up, I'll figure this out. I'll save us.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. This is every xenolinguist's dream. I mean, I was helping with the planetary scans, and there are possible unknown structures on the surface. This could set my career up for life. The images are a little degraded coming through the atmosphere, but it looks like intentional and complex architecture, which means civilization, and civilization means language. Oh, man. And now, most of the crew wants to get home. I understand that, but this could be a defining discovery. I'm definitely going to put a bug in Diana's ear about going to the surface so I can take a team to explore. I desperately hope this pans out. Oh, I can't wait till we get into communication range with Sol again. Layla and the kids would love to hear this. I mean, it's rough being away from them so long, but this might just make it worth it. I'll be able to give them so much more.
Sol should pay me more to lead these missions. I saved the whole damn crew from destruction. Mercury 2 was nearly obliterated by an immensely powerful energy beam. I don't know any weapon system with that level of capability. The power source to get that kind of range must be, well, otherworldly. We got lucky. The energy signature is similar to some of the weaponry meant to counter pirates on mining freighters. The refraction of the beam across the atmosphere? Orion's belt, it looked like the Northern Lights. Such power. I fired the emergency flares and dumped water from the nuclear core. I think the heat signature confused the weapons tracking for just an instant. I managed a slight evasive maneuver, and I felt the Mercury get rocked by the sonic boom as the nuclear runoff rapidly evaporated. That alone could have taken us out. Definitely asking for a pay raise. This is not what I signed up for. My days of risky missions should be behind me. But what the hell? I still got it. Even if it was luck. Hopefully, whatever didn't want us on the planet doesn't mind when we leave.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Orion's belt, this all went sideways. How could I have known that so much would go wrong? I failed my crew. No, I don't fail. I didn't get into this position by being a failure. It's this desolate land, frigid and cursed. Between these tunneling creatures and the strange sickness that a few of the crew are showing symptoms of, we have to leave at first light tomorrow. We are prepping for a rapid takeoff. We can't take chances with the vibrations drawing the tunnelers, so we're skipping the systems check. Risky, but I have faith in myself and the crew of the Mercury. Landing this thing was practically a miracle, though. But we have to get out of here. Maybe the weapon is to keep people away, but if we leave, it'll let us go. I have to leave the quarantined crew in the cave behind. We will be back for them, but we can't risk an unknown infection spreading through the Mercury. We're packing survival kits for them, but there's only enough surplus for about 2 weeks. I'm telling them that we will come back, but I don't think I can land here safely twice. I hate this, but I have to leave them behind. I can't risk the entirety of the Mercury.
to get off this planet. I mean, the morning started out so well. I took a team of 6 out to find the structures from the planetary scans, and we were all in high spirits. I mean, who wouldn't be? These structures would be clues to another sentient race. It was highly unlikely that another colony would be out this far. We were gonna be in the frickin' history books. Everything was going okay. We were a few miles from the ship when our radios picked up an actual signal. It sounded like an SOS. We got overly excited naturally and decided to enter the water to follow it. That decision cost 3 lives. I mean, half my team. They got ripped to shreds by something. They died screaming, alone in the cold, dark waters. I'm not going back in that godforsaken ocean again. I refuse. Some of the animals on this planet, they look sick too. Weird pustules on the skin, oddly sluggish. I think we should leave. But Diana said we should stay. She thinks the biopatent payoffs would be worth it, but those families will never see their loved ones again. They don't care about no payoffs. We can't return the bodies. I don't care about the accolades or the history books. I just want to see Layla and the kids. Ah, man. I miss the smell of my wife's hair. The kids tackling me at the door again. That's all I want. To get out of here alive. Please.
Well, we landed safely, despite my apprehension. Diana, damned adrenaline junkie, took one of her defining risks and it paid off. Why hire me as the maintenance engineering officer if you aren't going to listen to their advice? Papa. I didn't go to school for 8 years and get 3 degrees for nothing. I tried to convince Diana that we don't need to stop for repairs. That's what the drift drive and the secondary propulsion system are for. It's just a bit slower. But she's in charge, not me. On the plus side, I get to work with Yasmin. I didn't know she was such a busybody. She's been going around the whole ship giving folks a hand. I think she was getting on Diana's nerves, so she assigned Yasmin to me. She's helping me inspect and repair the thruster systems. I thought I was the most mechanically inclined person on the ship, but I think she has me beat. She can definitely teach me a thing or two, as long as I don't get too distracted by her smile. She's got the best smile.
My instincts are never wrong. Stefanos has always been overly cautious. He hates taking risks, which I suppose is understandable when you're in the back end of the galaxy. But no risk, no reward. Elliot finds evidence of alien architecture on a completely uncharted planet, and he expects me to ignore that? Orion's belt, I would be an absolute fool. We've done some scans, and while there aren't a lot of mineral resources on this planet, there is decent biodiversity. Teams go out in the morning. There should be a significant specimen and sample haul for biopatenting, which will be split among the crew as part of the discovery clause. Let's see Stefanos and everyone else complain when they have a few more Sol Transgov credits in their uniform pockets. They'll learn to trust my instincts at some point.
aboard, Captain.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining. Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
This hybrid technology allows for the recycling of natural resource components, without rinsing and sorting them into bins first.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
The vent garden harvests geothermal energy to nurture the life that grows within.
Can you hear? Oh, there. Oh my gosh. I've been trying to talk to you all, and I just noticed that the fact that my mic was muted somehow. Okay. Let me try to say this again. Let me try to go back to what I was trying to say. The it's very odd that Mercury 2 was able to detect alien structures on this planet, but not the Degasi, not the Aurora, and not the Sunbeam until it was too late. Okay. You know, the Mercury 2 started breaking atmosphere or something like that when they, got hit. So it's like, from, you know, based off of my knowledge, the Aurora never wanted to break atmosphere. They were just kind of meant to check to see, they were just going to you know, scan the planet for any signs of the Degasi, and if there were anything there, then they might try to, make a rescue attempt. But there was never any kind of communications in the logs from the previous game saying that they had found evidence. Nor did they mention the fact that they discovered structures. Okay. Now the captain said that he, found dry land, but that was it. That was all that they found. Or that was all that they detected. So it wasn't until you know, we reached both islands that, our PDA was able to detect the structures, right then and there. But obviously, our PDA scanners aren't going to be shouldn't be nearly as strong as, a, you know, full-on spaceship with, all the capabilities that it should have to scan, you would think. But I don't know. Is Mercury 2's scanners better than all the other three ships combined? Your guess is as good as mine in this particular universe, but I mean, based off of the fact that they've already been kind of playing very the fact that they've been really screwing up with the power systems, the crush depth, and everything else in this game, uh, you know, I think they've been kind of playing very loose on their storyline, and believe me, it shows. Weak storyline, weak game. Sorry, I've not been very happy with this game so far. Haven't been able to build anything on the surface yet. Haven't been able to build the decks. Can't even scan in the decks to build anything on the surface. So how are we supposed to really do much on the surface if we can't really build any kind of bases on the surface, right? Everything's been so far below, below the sea, you know. But I've already kind of ranted about that in the previous video. Feel free to go check that out. I've already seen a couple of issues in this one that's like, huh? But I mean, I've already kind of chalked this game up to being very, to having some issues. So, don't get me wrong. I do like um, the, uh, the life, like easier life mods that the changes that they made to make life a little bit easier, you know, the pinning and all that. That was nice. That's appreciated, but um, you know, it doesn't necessarily make up for all the problems that I'm seeing with the game so far. So, um, so what's next week? Next week we're gonna finish off looking through the Mercury 2. Um, you know, if I have to die going down deep into that cavern to try to get, you know, some kind of answers, then I'll die doing that. I really don't want to, but I don't really have any other choice there. They really don't. They're not really giving me that much room to fit down in there with the prawn suit. So, um, and I don't even know if I can fit the sea truck down in there either. And I don't really want to try, to be honest. Um, so still got that to worry about, to work out, right? Still got the surface area to handle, but again, I'm really not liking the fact that snowsuit is, you know, you're still freezing with the snowsuit. Um, I'm hoping that the reinforced dive suit will be able to fix that, but we'll find out. We'll see. I still need to find out where I can get that spiral flower or whatever it's called. So still got that. I may want to consider putting a scanner like right there on the Mercury 2 just to see if I can spot anything else in that surrounding area. But we'll see. Um, that might be not next week, but the week after. Um, now that we have the depth module 1 and the prawn suit, then we'll see about trying to look for the other um, parts for the AI. Continue on with that storyline. Um, let's see. Anything else that is probably going to be on the ticket for next week? Mm, not really. Um, Now, if you guys want me to, I'll see what I can do about building um, the sea trucks additional modules. Um, but I'll probably need to see about trying to get that speed module up on it as well, because let's face it, it sucks speed-wise, especially when compared to the Seamoth. Um, but we'll see. We'll find out. Um, I'll probably build it anyway, just to see if it's even worth it. Um, you know, as said before, I built the Cyclops. Um, and unfortunately for me, the um, I often found the Cyclops lacking. Um, I felt that um, the risks were too much. So, um, because I have lost a Cyclops before due to Leviathans, and that sucks when that happens, you know. So, um, I wouldn't necessarily want to have that happen with the sea truck, you know, especially seeing that you know, the how fast it goes. It's gonna put me in just as much danger as what the Cyclops would do. So, we'll see. But that's going to be it for this video there, folks. I want to thank everybody for stopping on by. Didn't really have any chatters, but that's okay. Um, you know, I want to say thank you to anybody that is actually lurking. You know, I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you'll return and continue watching me on Subnautica Below Zero, as well as the other games and content that I put out. Feel free to subscribe. You know, if you're watching this, well, I mean, I am streaming on YouTube, so if you're catching this later, you know, not while I'm streaming right now, if you're watching this video later, months down the line or so, you know, feel free to do all the standard YouTube stuff, you know, liking and all that. That'd be great. That'd be handy. That'd be helpful. Um, you know, help me grow this channel up. You know, um, feel free to check out all the links in the description for all the other, for everything else that I have going for me. So, you know, I welcome any support that you can give me. So, but that's it. We're going to go ahead and call it a night. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. Until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy. Stay safe. And I'll catch you strangers next time.